Yes, so at the center bench, you're about to see them apply the color to our glass. And this is just colored glass itself that we're dropping on top of this small clear bubble. And just to give a little bit of background information on that, the different colors come from different metal oxides that are mixed into the glass itself. And this isn't done by ourselves in the hot shop. We get it shipped in a bar form and melt it down in sections. And here's an example of the solid bar of color here. So actually, yes, you can have multi-day projects. You can cool down and heat up a piece of glass as many times as you want. Uh, I mean, of course, there are limits, and you have to be really careful doing that. But yes, you can have multi-day projects. Usually you won't see that, though, especially here at the Museum of Glass, just because we have so many different things to do that we try to get things done within the day. And speaking of these pieces that we're working on at the center bench, for those who just joined, right now we're working on some of these pictures, kind of like this one you see on the front pedestal, except we're going to be working with some transparent colored glass instead of clear glass. And so we have just gathered a little bit more clear over top of our color that we already have. And pretty soon here, we're actually going to see them use the mold that's going to give us the air bubbles across the glass that you see on that picture. And this mold is already sitting out on the floor, kind of to the left of our furnace that we're using. It might be a little bit hard to see, but usually the camera will follow as we go inside of that mold. And of course, once again, on the right side of the hot shop, we have a visiting artist. He's renting that bench over on the right. And he is creating these drink glasses. I can't remember the exact name of them, but they are thick on the bottom, have these pretty straight, thin walls. And this is something that's going to be made throughout the day. He said that he might switch it up a little bit later on, but this is a completely different project, kind of unrelated. So the pictures that we're making today, these are going into the Museum of Glass store. And this is something that they do whenever they aren't helping a visiting artist or whenever they don't have a special project to work on. They'll usually make items for the store. And it looks like we're just about to go into this mold now. So we've heated that glass up a little bit and we've stuffed it inside of a pineapple mold, which you could see a little bit of it on the screen there. This has basically a bunch of inward-facing spikes that are pushing into the glass, giving us dimples across the surface of the glass. And you can kind of hear the texture of that as the metal tool runs across the surface. And once again, these dimples across the surface of the glass are important because when we gather one more layer of clear over top of this is going to trap air inside of those dimples, giving us these air bubbles across the surface of the glass, just like you see here. And this is a pretty fast process. This is something that these guys make quite often. And so they will finish this project in about 30 minutes or less each time they make one of these. And so if they're ever going too fast, you have a question about anything, feel free to just ask me anything you may have questions about. So the furnaces with the open faces are for reheating, and there's not a significant difference between them. Meanwhile, the furnace with the closed door, this is where we're getting our clear molten glass from. And so each time we go into that furnace, we are getting a new layer of glass across the surface of our piece. And don't worry about those noises. This is our clear glass bucket, and we probably have a large amount of glass in there right now. When the hot glass touched the cold glass, it was shattering it. And actually, this is something that's really nice. Because we have these clear glass buckets, any glass we drip into those, we can eventually throw back into the furnace and reuse completely. And now at the center bench, after getting that fresh layer of clear, we're going in with a pad. This is actually just some folded up newspaper. And this is as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. So this is giving us a very round, smooth shape, but it's going to make sure that the bubble that we have inside of this glass already blows out evenly. So the glass blowing techniques that you'll see in the Museum of Glass, as well as maybe many other hot shops in America, a lot of them come from Italian glass blowing. So we use Italian tools, Italian names, Italian techniques. I'm sure that there are a variety of techniques that were created in America as well, but I think the majority of it does come from Italy. Yes, so we usually keep this torch lit just so we can reach back and grab it at any point in time. But this torch is used to heat up a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire bubble inside of the furnace. So we can focus heat to just one area. And honestly, this bubble that we've been blowing out is already taking shape quite like our pitcher on the front pedestal right there. Just to orient you a little bit, the bottom of the pitcher is the bottom of the bubble, kind of furthest away from the pipe, and the top or the opening of the pitcher is what is attached to the pipe right now. And next we're going in and creating a jack line. This is a really important step. This line or divot that we're creating is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe later on. So usually after creating pretty much any piece in the hot shop, it takes about overnight to cool down. The thicker the glass, the longer that process will take. So recently we were working with some pretty thick glass that a visiting artist had created, and I believe they cooled that one down for about 2 days. But they usually don't go beyond 2 or 3 days just because they need that space for other pieces that they're creating as well. And I want to point out that we just pushed a wooden paddle onto the bottom of our piece while also keeping the jacks on the side of the bubble, these two metal blades. And this has pushed that glass into a nice crisp corner. This is something that wouldn't really be possible unless we were sandwiching it between those sorry, tongue twister, between those two tools like we just were, because glass is kind of a taffy texture right now. If we just push it in one direction, it'll blow out the other direction. And I'm sure you guys can tell pretty well by now, but as they've blown this piece of glass out, you can see the true color of the glass coming through a lot better. When the glass was hot, it was glowing this really bright orange, maybe even yellow color. But as it's cooled down, it's become more of like a green. So this is probably the true color of the glass. So in just a moment, you notice that we've been cooling this pitcher down at the center bench a little bit, just letting it rest in the air. And in a moment, Sarah's going to come over with a second pipe and a little clear attachment on the end. This will be attached to the center of the bottom of the pitcher. And this is going to allow them to break the pitcher off from its original pipe. And this is basically just going to flip the orientation of the piece, just give us access to the top side of the pitcher where we can open it up, flare it out if we want to. So once this connection has stabilized a little bit, we go in with some water and apply this to our jack line, this little divot, and then tap the pipe. And that's enough to break that piece cleanly off. So right now he's actually making sure that the pipe on the bottom is centered to the bottom of the piece. The glass is still pretty cold right now, except for that connection where the pipe is attached to the bottom. So next they're going to heat up just the opening of the piece, and then they'll be able to go in and start to flare it open. And that part, it takes a couple of heats and a couple of flares to get it open, but we don't apply a lot of pressure to the glass at any point in time. Otherwise, we risk it breaking off the pipe. We risk glass breaking or bending in unnatural ways, or ways that we don't want to anyways. And for those who just joined, I wanted to point out what we're working on today. So we actually have a couple of different things going on right now. We have a couple of people over on the right bench, and this is Levi and Eric creating some pieces of glass that are for themselves or for a company that they're selling them to. And they are creating these tall, clear glasses. They have a pretty thick bottom. You're going to see them make this over and over on the right bench. And they may switch it up a little bit later on, they told me. And at the center bench here, this is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys are working on some items for the Museum of Glass store, and they're working on these pictures specifically. So we have one out on display just to give you guys a visual example or a comparison. And we're going to be working with color today. That's the only difference between this one and what we're working on at the center bench. And these projects are pretty quick. At this bench, they're probably finishing 2 every 30 minutes or so. At the center bench, we're finishing 1 of these every 30 minutes. And now, after heating up the opening of our pitcher at the center bench again, we're finally able to go in with our pair of jacks and start to flare the top of this open a little bit. And you can see this is done very quickly because this glass is really hot. And once they've gotten the shape of the body for this pitcher, all they need to do is create the spout and the handle on the opposite side, and that pitcher will be done. And at the center bench here, well, they have finished off the body of this pitcher. Sarah's blowing a second small clear bubble. And this is eventually going to be attached to the side of the pitcher to create our handle. So this is a blown glass handle. It's not going to be solid glass on the side of our pitcher. And this is partially for visuals, but it's also going to make the piece a little bit lighter and better balanced instead of just having that heavy glass on the side. And now they've just finished that clear bubble and brought it over. This is attached to the lower half of the pitcher first, and then brought up before being cut. And just like that, we have created our handle for the pitcher. And just to make sure that this second connection we make sticks really well, they've gone in with a small handheld torch. They're superheating this connection, just making sure it sticks like glue. And to create the spout, we're going in with that same handheld torch. We're just heating up a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle. And Gabe goes in with a pair of tweezers and simply pushes the lip out. And just like that, our pitcher is done. Just have to make sure to keep the entire thing nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit before we get ready to break it off and put it away. So when they break this piece off, because this piece is connected to the end of the pipe using a little bit of glass, we oftentimes will have a little bit of imperfection, maybe a little bit of sharp glass on the bottom. So to get rid of that, they're going to torch the bottom. They're also going to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. So to break this off, they just use a little bit of water, tap the pipe just like earlier, and then they torch the bottom, and once again, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then this will be carried over to our annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool down overnight, preventing thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing their first blown piece today. Or maybe not. Yeah, round of applause for finishing the first blown piece today. By the way, if anyone has any questions about pretty much anything going on in the hot shop, feel free to just let me know and I can answer those questions. I will be mainly focusing on the center bench here, just because these are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a couple of different things going on. So just to point out, we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team that's going to be working at the center bench here. And they're working on making these pineapple pictures, which you could see on the front pedestal right here. But we will be working with transparent colors today instead of just simply clear. And then over on the right bench, we have a couple of artists who are in here renting the bench and making their own artwork. And specifically, this is Levi's artwork, the man in the, I don't know if I would call those overalls, but these straps. And he's making some glasses for drinks. They have a heavy bottom and some tall, thin walls. They're going to be creating that until they have as many as they need, and then maybe switch to a different project kind of related to drinks as well. And if anyone ever has any questions throughout this entire process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. But I will be mainly focusing on the center bench just because we have a little bit of a larger project, some interesting techniques going on. And we've actually just applied the color to our bubble, and the colored glass is all starting off as a bar form, kind of like this. So all of our color comes from this pretty much. So we'll take a section of this, melt it down, and then drop it onto a small clear bubble before spreading it over top of that bubble, which is what we've just done at the center bench. And as for the colors themselves, I get this question a lot, so I want to share real quick before anyone asks. The colors come from different metal oxides mixed into the glass itself. So just to give an example, you can take gold chloride, which is basically kind of gold and chlorine coming together, and this will create a cranberry pink colored glass. And this is one of the most expensive glass colors because it is literally using gold inside of it. And once again, for those who just joined at the center bench, we are working on some pineapple molds pineapple pitchers, I should say. We're going to use the pineapple mold to create it though. And that is exactly this picture we have on this front pedestal right here. But we will be working with some transparent colors today. And we've already applied our color to the bubble. You can see it on the surface of the glass right now. From here, we will be gathering one more layer of clear, another layer of clear on top of that eventually. And we will be using the pineapple mold, which is going to give us these air bubbles that you see inside of the glass. And this is something I really like to highlight when they actually do that, just because it's something you don't get to see super often. And of course, up on the screen, we have a view of our right bench. Once again, these guys have rented the bench over there, so they are making their own pieces. And these are specifically going on a website. They're going to be sold as drink glasses. And at the center bench, we've just gathered one more layer of clear. You can see they're currently using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is smoothing and evening out that fresh layer. It's going to make sure that the bubble that we already have inside blows out evenly. Now this is all the glass they need to be able to stuff this bubble inside of our pineapple mold. And I'm excited to point it out, but I'll point it out right now. It's basically this mold that we have to the left of our furnace that we're using to reheat the glass. Might be a little bit hard to see, but I can maybe hold up or show an example on the screen later on. But it's basically a mold that has all these inward-facing spikes. And so when we push the glass into this mold, it's going to create dimples in the surface of the glass from those spikes kind of pushing in. And then, of course, when we gather one more time over those dimples in the glass, this is going to trap small air bubbles inside of the glass itself. So actually, there's an example up on the screen now showing off the inside of this pineapple mold, as well as the texture it creates inside of the glass, just for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. Yeah, so this is the pineapple mold that was just used right now. And something that's important is this mold, because it has these inward-facing spikes, it's kind of grabbing and holding onto the glass when you go inside of it. You have to be really careful not to get stuck inside of the mold. If that happens, then you have to let the glass cool down, then you have to physically break it out of the mold. So these guys have to be careful when going in. So once again, now that we have the dimples on the surface of the glass like this, you can even visually see those dimples. We are going to gather one more layer of clear over top of this, and this is going to trap air inside of each of those little pockets, creating this even pattern that you can see across the entire surface of this piece right here on the front pedestal. And right after gathering that layer of clear, we've allowed a lot of that glass to drip off the end of the bubble and into a bucket. This is specifically a clear glass bucket only, so any glass that goes into this bucket we can eventually break apart and throw back into the furnace, just basically reusing that glass completely. And this is called a strip gather, just to mention. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear or a thin layer of that clear. And next, to smooth this layer of clear completely out, we're going in with the pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper. They'll usually soak or splash it with water before using. And now this is a part that can be easily missed. So right now, Sarah's actually blowing into the end of the pipe, and this is expanding the bubble. This is where the blowing of the glass blowing comes into play. So this is going to be blown until it reaches pretty much that size of the pitcher we have on the front pedestal. They do all of the blowing in pretty much just one little section like they are right now. And at the same time, Gabe is using these newspapers to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out. And whenever we're hanging the glass bubble down, gravity is actually pulling it towards the floor and stretching that glass out. So we can use gravity as a tool as well. And of course, I forgot to mention this torch to you guys when you came in, but this is usually running constantly whenever we're working in the hot shop, just so we can reach back and grab it whenever we need to. This runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up sections of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And right now, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, creating something called the jack line. So this line or divot is where we're going to break this pitcher off of the pipe a little bit later on. Yes, so I'm sure some of you guys have started to notice that the glass seems to be changing color at the center bench. And I want to point out when the glass is hot, especially to this high molten temperature that we're working with, it's going to be radiating light as well as heat. And so it's going to be glowing kind of like lava. So it's going to appear orange, maybe even as hot as yellow or white. But as the glass cools down, you'll see more and more of the true color of the glass. So in this case, as this piece is cooling down, it's looking to be a little bit more of a green color. And yes, just there they were using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom. That's why these wooden paddles are so burned. We'll also use these wooden paddles for shielding. So whenever they're kind of hovering around with them, they're not touching the glass. This is them protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass. Is so as they are just keeping the body of this pitcher warm at the center bench, Sarah at the same time is preparing a second pipe with a small clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be brought over and attached right to the center of the bottom of our pitcher. And this is going to allow us to completely break this pitcher off of the pipe that it was created on. So the second pipe that they attach to the piece, this is called the punty. And you can attach many different kinds of punties depending on what you need. This is a pretty standard one that you might see often. And now to break this piece off, they simply apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe, and that's all it takes to break a piece off of a pipe. And this is something that you'll see once again at the very end of our process whenever we're finished creating the handle and the spout that is on the lip of this pitcher as well. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. We have a couple of different things going on today. I've been highlighting mostly the center bench here where we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team. And today they're creating these pineapple pitchers. And we have one example of a pineapple pitcher on this front pedestal right here. It's basically just a pitcher with these small air bubbles going through the glass. We're working with some transparent colors today instead of just leaving it clear. And we are pretty far along in this process already. we are actually getting ready to open this up and flare it out to its full size. And of course, to highlight the right bench real quick as well, this is where we have our second project going on. These guys have basically rented this bench over here and are making some items of their own. And specifically, this is Levi working right now. And he's creating some glasses, like drinking glasses, that he's going to sell. And if anyone has any questions throughout this process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over to answer your questions. It can be questions about the building, about the artist, about anything about glass, really. And I'm just going to continue to follow along with what they're doing at the center bench for the meantime. Yes, so right now they're flaring it open using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And this is happening really quickly just because this glass is so thin and so hot. Once this is flared all the way open, they'll be able to start working on the handle of the pitcher, which is actually going to be a second clear glass bubble. So it looks like Sarah's already getting that small clear glass bubble ready. Just to point out, this large tank that she just came out of, this is our glass furnace. So this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, maybe up to my hip. And it stays at a very consistent 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it actually runs 24/7, so that glass is always ready for us to use. And each of these other furnaces we're just using for reheating the glass. There's no glass physically inside of these other furnaces. And they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And at the center bench, now that we have the shape of our body, we've just brought over a second clear bubble. This is attached right to the bottom of our pitcher and stretched out before being cut. And from here, they could twist this in different directions and create different shapes, but we are just going to stick with this kind of simple curve. The second connection they made is a little bit colder, as you saw, a little bit smaller as well. So they use this small handheld torch to make sure that this connection will stick. And then using the same small handheld torch, we're going to heat up just a small section of the lip. And once this is hot enough, Gabe will go inside of this piece and push the lip out, creating our spout for the pitcher. And just like that, we have one complete pitcher. Now from here, they're just going to make sure everything stays nice and warm before getting ready to break it off. When they break it off, they actually will be heating up the bottom, stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then finally putting it away inside of an annealer, this large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down overnight. So just like earlier, to break this piece off, we apply a little bit of water to this connecting area and then tap the pipe. And this is actually going to be broken off onto a wooden paddle for now, which will hold it upside down as they torch the bottom. This is going to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain and also just get it hot enough to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And now this is carried over to the annealer, once again, to slowly cool down overnight. Starts at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, it slowly ticks down over time. And let's give them a round of applause for their second picture made today. Thank you. Yes, so specifically these pictures that are being made by the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team today, these are going into the Museum of Glass store. And technically, because we are torching the bottom, we don't need to cold work them, which is grinding and polishing the glass. So they should be able to go out into the store the very next day, maybe 2 days later. So I know you guys aren't local, but just in case anyone ends up being local or if anyone knows anyone that's interested in this program, I did want to talk about Hilltop Artists, which is a program that I went through, started blowing glass at 15, and you could start as early as 12 in middle school. And I really recommend it. It's a free program. They have summer sort of programs, they have after school clubs, they have during the day electives. It's a really good opportunity. And everyone's glass journey looks a little bit different. You could start in a college. You could start specifically taking classes at a glass school, kind of like Pilchuck, 2 hours north. You can even kind of be under someone in like a system and start learning how to blow glass yourself through that. There's just so many different ways to get into it. But yeah, I really like that program, and I like to mention it if anyone has the opportunity to partake in it. And while I have a little bit of an audience, I do want to mention a couple of other things. So we do have some important events coming up. First thing is Third Thursday. This is going to be on the 18th, or next Thursday, basically. And this is free admission into the museum from 5 to 8 p.m. every third Thursday of every month. So I always like to mention it. If you guys want to come back, see a different group of glass blowers, see different projects going on, then feel free to join us then. We also have a pretty large event coming up that's going to be a whole weekend event, and this is going to be at 420 Chronic Heat joint venture, I should say. This is actually going to be some boro glass, which is a glass that you work with on a torch. And this is actually the type of glass that they use to make beakers and pipes, which hence the name Chronic Heat, a joint adventure. It's starting on 420. And they're also going to be making some glass rigs out of soft glass in the hot shop. So really large event coming up. And at the center bench, we're seeing the very beginning of our pitcher process. So all we've done is we've melted down a section of solid glass color and dropped this on top of a small clear bubble. This is going to be spread over top of that clear bubble, completely covering it, giving us a layer of color across the entire piece. So this is how we're getting the color for all of our glass today. Once again, this is called a color drop or color overlay. And I don't believe I've mentioned to the new crowd yet, but the different colors in glass, they come from different metal oxides being mixed into the glass itself. And this is done in another place. We don't actually do it in the hot shop here. We just use the color that's already made. But just to give an example, like gold chloride, which is like gold and chlorine coming together, mixed into glass will create a sort of cranberry pink. So the annealers, whenever we put the glass away, they're kept at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. Might be just a slight bit different. And then with the press of a button, they slowly cool down from there. But they do stay at that temperature until we're ready to cool them down. So to roll and push this color back, Sarah's been using the Marver, which is this large metal table. And we've been using these across the hot shop. As you can see, they're using them over on the right bench as well. These are a pretty important tool in the hot shop. It's going to cool the glass down where it touches it, which can actually be really helpful sometimes if we don't want to blow the bubble out in a certain direction. We just want to blow it out in another direction. And once we've rolled all this color back, we have to let this layer cool down a little bit before we go ahead and gather our next layer of clear. And once we gather this next layer of clear, we'll be pretty much ready to stuff that entire piece of glass inside of a mold, which is going to give us these little air bubbles that we have across the glass. And by the way, if anyone can't quite see this, or if you want to take a closer look, you're always welcome to come down into the front row and take a peek. But it is just a clear glass pitcher, and it has these air bubbles across the surface of the glass. Yes, so for those who just joined, I was just talking about the picture we have on the front pedestal. Once again, we are creating these all day today at the center bench. This is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and these items are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. I believe these are one of the best sellers, and so they do try to create them often so that we can continue to have a supply of them. And the only difference between this picture on the pedestal and the one we're working on right now is the one we're working on is going to have a transparent color inside of it. And this has been green so far, but we're probably going to see them switch it up here and there so we, once again, have a variety in the store. And I know I've mentioned what we're doing at the center bench here. So once again, over on the right bench, we have a couple of people who are renting that bench. So they're making their own glass items today, separate from what we're doing at the center bench, completely different project. Specifically, Levi, the one who's handling the glass right now, he is the one who's making these clear glass, kind of drink glasses. And they are continuing to make the same design over and over again, kind of like what we're doing at the center bench, a little bit repetitive, but they may switch it up eventually, they told me. And just to point out, we've stuffed that bubble that we have at the center bench inside of a mold. And once again, this is the pineapple mold. And just to describe it to you guys, I don't think I can pull up an image on the screen for you, but the inside of this mold basically has all these inward-facing spikes. So when we push the bubble inside of that mold, we now have a bunch of dimples across the surface of the glass, which you can actually see right now. The glass has a visual and a physical texture. You could feel those bumps. And because we have these dimples on the surface of the glass, when we gather one more layer of clear, this is going to trap air inside of each of those little pockets and create all these small air bubbles, just like we see on our pineapple picture right here on the front pedestal. And that's where the name of the pineapple picture is coming from, is because we're using the pineapple mold. And once again, for those who just joined, I was just talking about what we're creating at the center bench today, which is a pineapple pitcher, just like we have on this front pedestal. And it might be a little bit hard to see from there, but we have these air bubbles inside of the glass, basically across the entire piece. And we've just gotten our first step done in getting those air bubbles, which is stuffing the bubble into a mold. And this mold has inward-facing spikes, which created dimples across the surface of the glass. And now, when we gather clear over top of it, this will trap air inside of those pockets or dimples. And this is our clear glass furnace, once again, for anyone who hasn't seen it. So each time we go into this furnace, we're getting a fresh new layer of clear on the outside of whatever we already had. And each time after getting a fresh layer of clear, we sit down and use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even out this fresh layer of glass. And over on the right, Gabe has just carried that pipe over and he's gone into a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, and it cools it down very rapidly. This is going to make sure we can handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And just to mention, this is all the glass we need for this pitcher at the center bench. So from here, we're just going to heat it up and start blowing it out into this shape that we're going for. And so now they've just started blowing it out. You may have seen Sarah with her mouth briefly on the end of the pipe, so this is where the blowing part of the glass blowing is actually coming into play. And this is going to happen a couple more times until they've expanded the bubble enough for them to get pretty much the same size as the pitcher on the front pedestal. Now, at the same time as Sarah blowing, Gabe has been going in with this pad. This pad is actually just newspaper that's been folded up, maybe splashed or soaked with water. And this is as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. Now, having the bubble towards the floor like this is us using gravity as another tool, stretching this glass out into a longer and thinner shape. At the same time, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks. He has two metal blades, and he's carving something called the jack line into the glass. This is a line or a divot near the pipe where we will break this piece off of the pipe later on. Now, every now and then you'll see somebody kind of hovering around with a wooden paddle like they are right now. And this is called shielding. It's basically just protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself. And there is quite a bit of heat that comes off of the glass, especially when the glass is closer to molten. And next, they will flatten the bottom using this wooden paddle, also remaining on the side of the piece with the pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And this is really pushing this glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom, giving us a more angular or geometric shape. And now that we've flattened the bottom, all we're going to do is we're just going to make sure this entire piece overall is staying warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And Sarah, over on the left, is going to start preparing a second pipe with a small clear attachment on the end. This is called a punty, for anyone that knows glass terms. This is a second pipe that you attach to the bottom of the piece in order to break the piece off of its original pipe. Now, in the meantime, to make sure this piece is cooling down evenly but staying warm enough, we're heating up the cold areas of the glass. Meanwhile, the bottom of the piece is still hot enough to glow a little bit. So we're letting that area cool down, heating up the rest of the area. And just now that they've blown this out far enough and it's cooled down quite a bit, we can really see the true color of the glass, which appears to be closer to a sort of blue. Now, when they were working with it, it looked like it was orange, maybe even as light as yellow. But this is something that just happens. Since the glass is so hot, it's radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava. But as it cools down, it becomes its true color again. And at the center bench, we've just attached that second pipe to the to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once this connection is secure, all they have to do is apply some water to this divot that they're torching right now. This is going to crack a small section of glass. They tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And now that we've broken this piece off, you can see this is basically just flipped the orientation of our piece. And we can start to open this up and flare it out as much as we need to. Now, you may think that they're trying to open it up right here, but this is just Gabe making sure that the pipe is on center with the bottom of the piece before they move on. They have to heat up the front of the piece for a little bit of time just to make sure that the glass actually becomes molten. This area of the glass is pretty cold right now. And now that the front of this piece is nice and warm, they go in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening out. And all of this glass here that they've just pulled out is actually just going to be trimmed away using a pair of shears. This is all just excess glass, maybe a little bit thick and uneven. And so getting rid of this will perfect the opening of the piece. And after heating this glass up again, we start going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, to slowly open this up to its full size. And once this has been opened up to its full size, all they need to do is create the handle and the spout for the pitcher, and then this pitcher will be pretty much done. And I don't know if I've mentioned it to this new crowd already, but these projects, the pitchers specifically, are pretty fast. This is one of the best sellers in the Museum of Glass store. And so they will make them relatively frequently, and because of that, they have a lot of practice. So they finish one of these every 30 minutes. So now Sarah's just come over with a small clear bubble. This is attached to the lower half of our pitcher first before being stretched up and then cut off. And from here, they could create many different kinds of handles, many different shapes, but for this one, we are going with this simple curve. The second connection, as you noticed, is a little bit colder, a little bit smaller, so just to make sure that it sticks, they go in with a small handheld torch. And they'll also use that same torch to heat up the opposite side on the lip to create the spout for the pitcher. So once again, we're just heating up this small section of the lip. And once this is hot enough, Gabe will go in with a pair of tweezers and simply push the lip out. And just like that, our pitcher is pretty much done. From here, they just have to make sure everything is staying nice and warm before getting ready to break it off and put it away. And when they break this off, they actually will be torching the bottom of the piece and stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something that they try to do with store items, just to kind of show off which ones were made in the hot shop here. So once again, to break this off, we apply a little bit of water. And then all we have to do is tap the pipe. And this is going to be broken off upside down onto a wooden paddle that's resting on the bench. This is going to allow them to, once again, torch the bottom of the piece and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then this will be carried over to an annealer, these large black boxes on our walls, to slowly cool down. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you. So this is going to rest inside of here at least overnight. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes to cool down. This piece should be ready by tomorrow. And once again, since these are store items, that means you guys will see them in the store in maybe a day or two. And we're going to continue to make these pictures at the center bench using a variety of different colors. So again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And there are also a couple of events I want to talk about real quick that are coming up. So Third Thursday, if anyone doesn't know what that is a free admission day from 5 to 8 p.m. every third Thursday of every month, and that's coming up on next Thursday. So not tomorrow, but 1 week after that. And then we'll also have a really large event that's going to be an entire weekend, starting 4/20. And this is specifically Chronic Heat, a joint venture. They're going to be working with boro, which is a really hard glass that they use for beakers and pipes. They're going to be working with that on some torches. And we'll also be working with soft glass in the hot shop, making some rigs. So once again, kind of a 4/20 related event. And then just in case anyone didn't hear me mention earlier, over on the right bench, once again, we have a couple of people who are renting that bench. And this is specifically Levi working with the glass right now. He's making some clear glasses that are drink glasses he will be selling himself. And at the center bench, we're starting from the very beginning of our process with a small clear bubble and some colored glass on the end of a pipe. This will be melted down before being dropped onto that clear bubble. So once again, this process of applying color to our bubble, like what's going on at the center bench right now, this is called a color drop or color overlay. It's going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And this is different from other applications of color. There are many different ways to color glass in the hot shop. This way is going to give us that solid, smooth color once again. But we could also use something called frit, which are basically crushed up pieces of colored glass, kind of like the texture of sand. And this is going to give us more of a speckled appearance of color across our glass. And now that we have our layer of color on the glass, we're letting this sit and cool down a little bit. And then we'll gather one more layer of clear over top of it. And after we gather this next layer of clear, this is when we will apply the texture to the bubble to get these air bubbles across the surface of the glass. And the mold that we're going to be using to create this texture is called the pineapple mold, hence why these are called pineapple pitchers. And after heating that glass bubble up, this is now stuffed into the pineapple mold, which I was mentioning earlier. And once again, this mold has all of these sort of inward-facing spikes. So you could see it was holding on to the glass bubble there, and they had to kind of shake it off. And this will give us a bunch of dimples across the surface of the glass. And this is really important for the pieces that we're making today, because for those who just joined, we are making these pineapple pitchers, once again, based off the name of the pineapple mold that we just used. And this is going to give us air bubbles across the surface of the glass. For now, we just have dimples across the surface of the glass. But when we gather one more layer of clear over top, this is going to trap air inside of each of those little individual pockets. And another difference you're going to see today is we're actually going to be working with some transparent colors for each of these pictures that we're making, versus this is just a clear picture, kind of as an example for you all. And then over on the right bench, looks like we're starting on something a little bit different, so I want to check in on what they're doing. But this is a bench rental. So over on the right here, once again, we have Levi, who is actually in the back working with this tank of water that he has over there. And this has a wooden mold sitting inside of it. This is going to be blown into later on using this piece of color that our other artist, Eric, has on the end of the pipe. And this is actually going to turn into a piece of a lighting fixture over on this right bench. And I personally have no idea how it's going to turn out. It is going to be a little bit of a smaller blown piece, but we're using a off-white color. Right now, the color itself looks as if it's orange. This is just because of how hot the glass is. But as it cools down, you'll be able to see the off-white color of it. And at the center bench, we've gathered that next layer of clear, trapping all these small air bubbles inside of the glass. And from here, they'll be able to just start blowing this out and turning it into the pitcher form. And this pad that's being used at the center bench, this pad that Gabe is using, this is actually just folded up newspaper. It's been splashed or soaked with water. And this is kind of guiding which way the bubble blows out as Sarah blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And since we do have quite a few new people in here, I do want to point out a couple of things about the hot shop, just in case you haven't been in one before. So this large tank in the back here is where we hold all of our molten glass. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And I would say it's kind of like a pot of honey. It's literally just a large pool, maybe up to my hip. And inside of these furnaces, this is just basically fire or heat. There's no glass inside of these reheating furnaces. They run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And next we're actually flattening the bottom of this pitcher using a wooden paddle, also remaining on the side of the piece with the jacks, these two metal blades. So this should push the glass into a nice corner on the bottom. And once they've finished the bottom of this pitcher, all they have to do is attach a second pipe to the bottom. They'll be able to completely break this piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. Also, something I like to mention whenever I have a lot of youth in the crowd, especially you guys up in the front. Not sure how many of you guys are local, but there's actually a local program called Hilltop Artists that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. So if anyone is interested in learning how to blow glass, I really recommend the program. You can have either after school clubs, you can have summer programs, all of it's free. It's a really good opportunity. I started when I was 15, so I know a lot about the program if anyone is curious. And now that we've attached that second pipe to the bottom, we've broken this piece away from its original pipe, and we'll be able to start opening this up from this small opening that was created. And I also want to point out, now that this piece of glass is cooled down, it's gone from orange to this nice sort of transparent blue color. So I just want to point out once again, whenever the glass is hot, it is literally radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava. It really is easily compared to lava, kind of like obsidian or even honey because of the texture of the glass. And now after heating up the opening of this piece, Gabe goes in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling that opening out. And all of this glass he just pulled out is excess that will simply be trimmed off with a pair of shears. This is going to leave us with a thin, even opening. You may have noticed that glass was pretty thick where they broke it off of its original pipe. And after heating this up one more time, Gabe goes in with a pair of jacks and actually flares this open to its full size. So now that we have pretty much the same body shape and size as we need for this pitcher, what we're going to do next is create the handle and then finally the spout, and this pitcher will be done. So we are getting very close to finishing this pitcher off. Also, I know it keeps saying picture as if I'm taking a picture, but I just want to point out, talking about a water pitcher, which I'm sure you all know. And up on the screen, we actually have a view of our right bench. Just want to kind of update what's going on over there. So they've applied their color onto that clear bubble over there as well. And this is eventually going to be blown into a wooden mold once again. This is going to give them the shape that they need for that lighting fixture that they're making over there. And back to the center bench, they've just brought a small clear bubble over, and this is attached to the lower half of our pitcher before being flipped and curled into a handle. Now the second connection that's being made right now, this is a little bit colder, and so just to make sure that it's extra secure, they go in with a small handheld torch and superheat this small connection. And I haven't really gotten to talk about this torch today since they're using it so briefly, but the small handheld torch is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of even the molten glass itself, which is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And to create the spout, we're going to be using that same small torch. We're going to heat up just a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle. So we've just created the spout, and we are now finished with this pitcher. So to prepare to break this off, we make sure that the entire piece is staying warm. And we'll apply water just at that connection area where the pipe is attached to the piece. And this is going to allow us to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. And once again, these are store items, so these pieces should cool down in about a day or two and be ready to go out into the store for you guys to look at them in person. So once again, we're just applying a little bit of water here, and then we tap the pipe, and that should break this piece off. This is going to be broken off onto a wooden paddle that we have laid out, which will hold it upside down as we torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends and also allow us to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. And now that this is broken off, we bring it over to the annealer, this large black box over on the left wall, where it will slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So once again, this is going to come out of this box maybe tomorrow. And no, it is not a freezer. It's staying at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, it'll slowly cool down. And this process is, once again, to prevent thermal shock. If we heat up or cool down a piece of glass too quickly, then the glass will break. And once again, we are going to continue to make these pictures. We're going to continue to work on them until about 1 p.m. probably. Just a variety of different colors, but going along with that same pattern and theme, just to make sure we have a variety of them in the store. Now, up on the screen, we have a view of our right bench, and I want to highlight them a little bit as they're working on this light fixture. So for the picture at the center bench, we're starting from the beginning, heating up a little piece of color on the end of a pipe and creating a small clear bubble of glass at the same time. Eventually, when this colored glass is completely molten, this will be dropped on top of that small clear bubble. This process is called a color drop or color overlay. It's going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So if you go through the galleries and you see a piece that's entirely cherry red or maybe a turquoise blue, and it's very smooth, you can't see any breaks or patterns, this is how they got that color. Meanwhile, there are other ways to color glass. A couple of other ways you'll see are using something called frit, which are basically shards of colored glass, kind of like the texture of sand. And this is going to do what you might imagine, which is give the glass a more speckled appearance. So it's not going to be as smooth as this way of color, application. And just a little reminder in case I haven't said it in a while, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention, and I can answer any questions you have, whether it's about the artist, whether it's about the glass, whether it's about the building, or anything pretty much. And so at the center bench, for anyone that's recently joined, we are working on some pineapple pictures, which you can see on this front pedestal right here. And these are eventually going into the store. These are store items. And this is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team working at the center bench today. And these pictures, I would say, are a bestseller in the Museum of Glass store. So since they're not busy helping visiting artists today, they're not busy working on any commission projects, they're able to make some items for the store. And the only difference between the picture on the front pedestal and the pictures that we're working on today is that we're working with color today, transparent colors specifically. Now, after letting that layer of color cool down, we're going ahead and gathering our next layer of clear. And after this layer of clear is gathered, this will be enough to stuff this entire bubble of glass into a mold, specifically the pineapple mold, hence the name pineapple pitcher. This is going to basically just give us dimples across the surface of the glass. This is really important to get the air bubbles that you see inside of this piece of glass. So once we have the dimples, we gather another layer of clear. This traps air bubbles inside of those dimples or divots in the glass. Now, after heating this glass up one more time, Sarah goes in with a pad. This is just folded up newspaper once again, and has shaped this glass into a longer, narrower shape. And this is basically the rough shape of the inside of this mold that we're going to be sticking this glass into. So just to make sure that the bubble fully presses into all the sides of the mold, we want to have around the same size and shape. And just like that, the bubble of glass has just been stuffed inside of that mold. So we should now have dimples across the surface of our glass. Now from here, they just do a little bit of basic shaping, and then they'll gather one more layer of clear over top of this. And this is going to, once again, trap air bubbles inside of those little dimples. And now that we've gathered this next layer of clear, this is actually all the glass we need for this pitcher. And it looks like Gabe has gone to cool the pipe down. So this thing you see here, this is a trough of water that he's set the pipe into. And as the water goes along the pipe, it pretty much instantly cools it down, allowing us to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. So the only furnaces that are different from each other in the hot shop are these furnaces are reheating furnaces, and the furnaces with the closed doors specifically hold the molten glass. So these furnaces that we're using right now, there's nothing physically inside of them except for fire or heat, and they stay between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, the glass furnace, it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. It's basically just a big tank, kind of like a pot of honey. And this stays at a consistent 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7. So that furnace is always running. That's holding the glass. Everything else we shut off at night, turn back on when we're ready to use it. Yeah, sometimes when you come into the hot shop, we'll have multiple furnaces running, even if we only have one group of people working, unlike today. And that is just to use multiple furnaces at the same time. There's not really a significant difference. And this is where the piece is going to start getting a lot bigger. So Sarah was blowing into the end of the pipe as Gabe was kind of guiding which way the bubble is blowing out using that pad. And just to mention as well, whenever we hang the bubble towards the floor, like we are right now, this is using gravity as another one of our tools, stretching the glass out, creating a longer, narrower shape. So this is something you'll see us do whenever we're making a vase or a cup, or in this case, a pitcher, has a little bit of a longer shape. And right now, Gabe is creating the jack line. So this divot that we have forming near the pipe is where we're actually going to break this piece off of the pipe later on. So that means we're getting pretty close to the final shape of our pitcher. Now at the center bench, they're flattening the bottom of our pitcher using a wooden paddle. And once this is flattened, we'll be able to basically break this piece off of the pipe that it was created on and get access to the top side of our pitcher, which is currently attached to the pipe. And now that this glass is cooling down quite a bit, you can start to see the true color of the glass, which is looking a little bit more like a green this time. Now, over on the right, we're actually stuffing this colored bubble into a wooden mold. And this wooden mold is interesting. It's got doors on it, basically, so we can blow a bubble fully into this mold and then simply open it up to release it. And this is giving us the shape that we need for the light fixture that they're making over on this right bench, once again. And this is going to be a sort of off-white color. Right now it is still really hot, so it's glowing a little bit closer to orange, but as it cools down, it becomes more and more true to its color. And up on the screen, we do have a really good view of them blowing into that wooden mold on the right bench, just to show that off. This isn't something we've been able to see today so far. And this tool on top, by the way, this is just pushing the bubble forcefully into the mold, just really making sure it takes on the shape of what's inside. And at the center bench, we've just attached a second pipe to the center of the bottom of our pitcher and went ahead and broke it off of its original pipe. Once again, this is basically just to get access to the other side of our piece, and something that we do for many different pieces we make in the hot shop. So now that we have access into the picture, we have this small opening, we can start to flare this open as wide as we need it. And since we do have a couple of new people here and there, I just want to point out once again, at the center bench, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These are the guys I've been highlighting and talking about the most. And today we are making some pitchers, some water pitchers. These are specifically pineapple pitchers because we're using a pineapple mold to get these air bubbles inside of the glass. These are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. They're a bestseller, and so they make them whenever they can, like they are today. The only difference between the one on the pedestal and the one at the center bench, obviously, is that we have color today. So we're just applying some transparent colors to the pictures that we're making today. And at the center bench, we're actually just trimming off some excess glass. Whenever we break a piece away from its original pipe, this connecting area tends to have thicker glass, and that break isn't always perfectly even. So this gets rid of that excess thickness and also any uneven glass. And now that this picture has been opened up to pretty much its full size, next you're going to see us start to create the handle for this pitcher, and then finally the spout on the opposite side of that handle. So those two final steps are all we need to complete this pitcher. And to create the handle, we're actually using a small clear glass bubble. This is attached to the lower half of the pitcher first, and then turned up to create our handle. And I want to mention just a couple things about this. So the purpose of using a bubble, of course, is mostly visual, I'm sure. But as you can imagine, this is also going to make sure that the piece is a little bit lighter overall. It's not going to have this solid, heavy handle on the side of the piece. It's just going to create a little bit of a better balance as well as being lighter. And now that we have our handle, what we'll see next is them starting to heat up the lip on the opposite side. And then all they need to do is push that lip out and create that spout. And now that we've created the spout, this picture is done. So we're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. And when this is broken off, they will heat up the bottom of the piece. This will get rid of leftover sharp ends, as well as allow them to stamp the Museum of Glass logo on the bottom. They always try to mark all the pieces that they put into the Museum of Glass store with the Museum of Glass logo, just to kind of show off which ones were made here in our hot shop. So to break this off, just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water, causing some cracking in this connecting area, and then tap the pipe. And that should be enough to break this cleanly off. And stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is now carried over to the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you. Now I believe we do have time for one more picture. Once again, we're just creating a variety of colors, just trying to get a decent amount of them for the Museum of Glass store. Now, just to mention a special event coming up once again for anyone that will be around next week on Thursday is Third Thursday, free admission into the museum from 5 to 8 p.m. And you'll see a completely different group of glass blowers creating completely different things. So if anyone's around for that. And just to point out, once again, we have a view of our right bench. They've just blown a bubble of that off-white color. And just like that, that piece is done. Now, something that you guys don't get to see in the hot shop is the process of cold working with the glass when it's cold. This is including, but not limited to, cutting, etching, and polishing the glass in different ways. So a lot of the glass pieces that they've been making over on the right bench, they will need to go through that process to get their final shape or final design. And for those who just joined in, just in case you guys didn't know already what we're working on some water pitchers today. And this is the example of the kinds that we're making today. It's called a pineapple pitcher because we are using a pineapple mold to get these air bubbles inside of the glass. And that's actually what we're going to be doing next. So Sarah has just shaped the bubble into a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. And this is so that it fits properly inside of this mold. The mold being this small object on the floor to the left of the furnace. So next, this glass bubble is stuffed inside of that mold, and they give it a little puff of air. This basically has a bunch of inward-facing spikes that are pushing into the glass, giving it dimples across the entire surface. And because of this, they actually have to be pretty careful when going into that mold, otherwise the glass can get stuck because of those spikes pushing in. But these guys have been working with glass for over 20 years individually and up to 30 years. So now that we have these dimples, we need to gather one more layer of clear over top of this. And this is going to basically just trap air bubbles inside of each of those individual dimples. Once again, creating these air bubbles across the entire surface of the glass. So we've just gathered that next layer of clear. As you'll notice, we actually drip some of this off into a bucket. And this is giving us a partial layer, or basically just covering up those small pockets to create the air bubbles. And something nice about stripping that glass off is this is specifically going into a clear glass only bucket. So later on we can crush this glass apart, put it back into the furnace, melt it down again, basically completely reusing that clear. And we've just lit up this torch at the bench. This is the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. This torch is used to heat up a section of glass at a time, kind of focusing heat to one area, instead of heating up the entire piece inside of the furnace at once. And if I didn't mention already, this is all the glass we need for this pitcher. So from here, we're just going to start blowing it out and turning it into that pitcher. And this is where a lot of the blowing is happening. The piece is going to start getting a lot larger from here. Sarah was blowing into the end of the pipe while Gabe was kind of guiding which way it was blowing out using the newspapers. And something that you'll see every now and then as well is they'll hang the pipe down, just like they are right here. This is using gravity as another tool. It's stretching the glass out and creating a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. So you'll see them do this with vases, cups, and pitchers, pretty much anything that needs to have that taller shape. At the same time, Gabe was just creating a jack line using the pair of jacks, these two metal blades. This line or divot is where we break this piece off the pipe later on, so this is an important step. And for those who just joined in, once again, we are working on some water pitchers today at the center bench. This is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And these items are specifically going into the store, maybe in a couple of days or so, whenever they've cooled down and they're ready to put them out there. And it's turning out that this one is going to be a green color. I'm sure a lot of you guys have noticed that transition of color by now, but we started off with basically an orange appearing piece of glass. This is just because the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. And as it cooled down, it started to show its true colors, which in this case is green. And now that we've flattened the bottom of this pitcher out, all we need to do is we're going to attach a second pipe to the center of the bottom of this piece right where we flattened it. And then we'll go ahead and break this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. It's basically going to flip the orientation of the piece. So now we've just attached the punty to the center of the bottom of the piece, which is that second pipe with the clear attachment to it. And once this is centered and that connection is more stable, a little bit colder, they'll go ahead and apply some water to the line or the divot that we created earlier on. And this small amount of water is going to crack the small portion of glass that it's applied to, when we tap the pipe, this creates a vibration that travels to those cracks, breaking that piece cleanly off. So now from here, all we have to do is we heat up the front of this piece and we can start to open it up, flare it out as wide as we need it. So these guys that are blowing glass, they have a lot of experience. So a lot of it is muscle memory for how long they have to be inside of the furnace, just for reference for anyone who is curious. Um, for the most part, I think when they're looking at the glass, they could see the movement of it. So if it's not moving at all, it's too cold to work with. If it's moving a little bit, you might need to heat it up just a little bit more. But as soon as it starts moving around a lot, they better come out before it gets too hot and starts to kind of collapse and lose its shape. And by the way, we've just pulled a little bit of glass out and away from the opening of the piece, and this is all just excess that is being trimmed off. Whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, this connecting area is just a little bit thicker, and maybe the break isn't always perfectly even, so this will get rid of that unevenness and thickness. And now we just have to heat this up one more time, and we can start to flare it open a little bit. So I get this question every now and then about reusing the glass. So we completely reuse any clear glass scraps that we have. But when it comes to color, this has been sandwiched between clear, and so this is not pure color anymore. It's also not pure clear, so we can't put it back into the clear furnace, and therefore we can't really reuse that colored scrap glass. But luckily there is very little of it. Like, we've been working all day and have made maybe 6 pitchers or so, and all of this scrap is from those pitchers, and so there's very little waste that comes from it. And at the center bench, we're now creating the handle for this pitcher. So this is attached to the lower portion of our pitcher and then brought up to create the handle as a whole. And you'll notice that this is actually a clear glass bubble. It's not solid glass handle. So this is going to make the piece a little bit lighter overall, as well as just giving a nicer visual effect and not creating imbalance from having something so heavy on the side. And to create the spout, all we've done is we've heated up a small section of the lip and then pushed the lip outward. And just like that, this picture is pretty much done. All we need to do from here is just make sure everything stays warm as we prepare to break it off. When we break it off, we're actually going to torch the bottom. This is going to let us stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. They try to do this for as many pieces as they can that they make to go into our store. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, all they're going to do is they're just going to apply a little bit of water to that connecting area and then tap the pipe, and that is enough to break pretty much any piece off of the pipe. So now torching the bottom, getting rid of any leftover sharp ends, also melting it hot enough to stamp the Museum of Glass logo. And now that this is done, this is going over to the annealer, this large black box over on the left wall, to slowly cool down overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow once it's nice and cool. That was our last piece before lunch, I believe. If anyone has any final questions, feel free to ask away. If not, then we'll see you in about an hour from now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Today, you'll be able to watch the Hot Shop team create some pictures similar to the one here on the podium. And then we have Eric and Levi working on some different items on the right side of the Hot Shop. I'll give you guys a basic overview of what's happening, and then I'll get into the process specifically as they go along. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So currently in the process, in order for us to add color to the glass, this here is clear. So that means that we did not apply any color to the clear bubble. Right now we have a clear bubble at the middle bench. Sophie's gonna bring out a piece of color bar that has been heated up, and we're gonna take a piece off of it and lay a piece of color over the clear bubble. Once it encases the bubble, we'll add more glass around it and continue to blow it out. And that is what we call a color overlay, and that's how we add color to glass. That's one way. There are multiple different ways, but that's one specific way to add color to glass. And all of the tools that we use during the glass making process are specifically designed for glass blowing. So as she laid on the hot glass, she took the shears, which are diamond cutters, diamond shears, so they cut in a 360 to remove ourselves in one cut. So now, so slowly start to roll that color over the clear bubble. And then on the right side of the shop here, Levi has gathered glass multiple times and blown out a bubble. And then into this mold he'll go into that's being held in a bucket of water to help reinforce the chill marks that he's putting into the glasses. You'll see when he comes out, you'll see chill marks in the bottom of the glass. It's just a way for him to be able to create the same shape multiple times without having to do it by hand. So he's using a mold and blowing out that bubble. And then he'll come over and knock them off here on his little station and fire polish the top and put them away. So I'll tell you guys a little bit more about all of the machines and the ovens and how they work. And once again, my name's Emily. If you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So everything that we do here in the hot shop begins in the furnace. The furnaces are our large ceramic tanks that have the silver bottoms with the black doors on the front. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. They rest at about 2,100 degrees. So dipping into the furnace is very similar to dipping into a jar of honey. Hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. So as we rotate that stainless steel rod, we'll then blow into it, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. So as you'll see, Levi blows into the pipe, caps it, and then a bubble will submerge at the end of the pipe. And then from there, you'll see that we constantly work in and out of these glory holes. These reheating chambers here in front of the benches are designed to reheat the glass. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They don't run 24 hours a day. We turn them off in the evening and we turn them on in the morning. It takes about 1 hour for them to get to that 2,300 degree mark. And they're only designed to reheat the glass. We have to keep the glass above a certain temperature while we're working to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So now that we've laid that colored glass over the clear bubble, we've created a color overlay, which means that we took a piece of glass, heated it up, and laid it over a clear bubble to add color to the glass. For those that weren't here, can we please see the color overlay video to learn about how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now that we've gathered over that color overlay, we'll blow into the end of the pipe, which will expand the color as well as the bubble. The reason why we only use a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear is because we buy our color and we house our clear here. And so it's better for us, it's more efficient and cost friendly for us to use a little bit of color, but then house our clear to be able to stretch it out, stretch our color out. To create some texture on the outside of the glass, it'll become kind of like a pineapple. She went over and stood on the blocks and dipped it into the pineapple mold, and so now that has created the effects of, as you can see up at the big screen a bit better. It's added texture to the surface. And then we'll go over and gather over this, and that'll give us intentional bubbles inside of the glass. It's a pattern. That's a good question. Do the ovens have different temperatures? So the glory hole here, this is an oven, and this is about 2,300 degrees. And then the furnace, it's like a big pot that holds glass to keep it malleable. It's 2,100 degrees. But the two different furnaces here, the two different glory holes here, they don't have different temperatures. You can make it a little bit lower or about the same, but nope, they all have the same temperatures pretty much. So we'll go in with our newspapers. Our newspapers are just folded up, regular old Sunday newspaper that's been soaked in water. So if you have a pack of newspapers at home, come and drop them off here at the museum. We'll happily take them. We'll recycle your newspapers for you. All of the print on it just burns away. It doesn't actually affect the glass itself. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's a good question. Why do we use paper? As he rotates the glass, Sarah will blow into the end of the pipe, which will enlarge that bubble. So it's growing rather quickly. You have to catch it, or else you won't see how it got big. You'll be able to see a little bit of what the true color will be in the end. It looks orange while we're creating because it's holding that thermal energy, but it won't be orange. And so now we'll go in with these jacks. The jacks are used to carve into the glass to create a line of tension. This is known as a jack line, and we'll refer to this point of the glass to remove ourselves towards the end of the process. And so it's indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So now what we'll do is we'll give it a little flash where we place that jack line at before we put it into the reheating chamber. That portion of the pipe goes into the chamber last and it comes out first when we flash it. So now that you can see the color has cooled down a bit, it's a bit more of a really pretty transparent purple. Sarah will get a punty ready. Puntile means to bridge in the Italian language. It's a transfer pipe, as you'd say in the American language. It'll take us from the initial blowpipe to the and connect us to the bottom of the piece, and then we'll open up the top. So we'll place the punny on, and then we'll put a little bit of water on that carved line of tension, the jack line that we inserted earlier into the piece. Have a good afternoon. Have fun at the park. Sometimes if the punty is too hot, we have to allow it to cool down and set itself up. So in this instance, we allowed that. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line and then we'll tap the pipe. That'll release us from that initial blowpipe, and now we'll go into the reheating chamber to heat up the neck of the piece to clean it up. Yeah, so that's a great question. Whenever we make the glass in the hot shop, it has to cool down, which means it has to go into the annealing oven and it'll bring it back down to room temperature over time. So depending on glass's thickness is how long it'll take to cool. And so some things can take a day and some things can take up to 2 weeks or more. And so they made some pretty large solid like orbs and abstract shapes recently, and those took 2 weeks to cool down in the ovens behind the hot shop. Yeah, so when they finish it and they box it, sometimes it's between like 890, I believe, and like 9 something. Yeah, so between the 800 and 900 degree window, and that's hot enough to hold it, but not hot enough for it to continue to melt. So when it does come down to that temperature, it'll then be ramped all the way down back to room temperature. Even then, we have to come in and open the door. We can't touch it. It's still about 200 degrees, and so you have to let it cool. So it takes a day and a little bit more time sometimes. So Spruce Pine, North Carolina. So we purchase our clear glass from the Carolinas. They come in bags, like batches of glass, and then we have a hot shop technician, and he charges the furnaces once a week or or once every 2 weeks or once a week. And so that means that he refills that 1,000 pounds of glass. And then our color comes from Germany to the distributors here in America, and we buy our color from the distributors. And that's because we can't house multiple different furnaces with different colors. We have the ability to house clear glass and then stretch the color. Yeah, so this is what they call frit. It's chopped glass. Yeah, so this is just chopped glass. It comes in all different colors. It comes in different sizes also. But that is one way that you would add color to the glass, and it'll. Can we see the frit diagram when you can pull it up? And so it'll add little specks to the glass, which will give color. So if you look up at the big screen there, there's different bowls of glass color. Once you lay it onto the hot clear glass and melt it in, that'll be your final outcome. So Sarah's prepared a blown handle. The blown handle is designed to be a little bit more weightless than a solid handle. And so she'll lay it onto the pitcher, and then Gabe will snip it off and so Sophie will suit up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe, and then we'll put it into the annealing oven. She has on Kevlar gloves, which is the same material that we use in bulletproof vests. And although she'll be protected from the burns, she can still feel the heat. And mind you, this piece is above about 2,000 degrees, and so it's super hot. Put a little bit of water on the back of the punny to be able to create shock. Tap the pipe, and we'll put it away. No. All right, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. So into the annealing oven, it'll go where it'll rest, and then it'll to prevent thermal shock. And then we'll take it out tomorrow. Let's give Sophie one more big hand for all her hard work. Woohoo! Go Sophie! Great question. So, how do you get started making glass? You can go to school for glass. You can start in a youth program. So Hilltop Artists, where you can go to school and take like an elective class. Sophie started in Hilltop Artists. I started in Hilltop Artists many years ago. Um, Gabe started in the production facilities down in San Francisco. And so you can be a production artist, you can study in college, you can be a youth artist. There's a couple ways. Go ahead, you can ask your other question. Yeah. Um, Not really here. In our education studio, you can take classes for fusing workshops. They're more so just workshops designed for you to have an experience. Even if you wanted a hands-on experience here in the hot shop, you can sign up to come in and blow with some of our Hilltop Artist instructors. But uh, learning how to create glass at this level just takes time and practice. So not exactly here, but other places, yes, you can learn to be a glass artist. And then you have to apply work here. And they've been here for 20 years, so yeah, we're like up here. This is professional, yeah. Somebody else, oh, hey, before you leave, I can ask you a question. How do you color it? So we went over color. We use color bar today. So a transparent purple. We put a little piece over a clear bubble, overlay it, and then blow it out, just like you blow a balloon. Yeah. So as you can see, we've gathered again and the bubble is clear. We'll get another color bar nice and hot and lay the color bar over that little clear balloon. And what's really interesting is that that tiny bubble there is the inception point for a piece that's this big. And so it's blown out as we gather a couple gathers over the initial bubble. So when we use our blocks are carved out spheres of cherry wood that are soaked in water. And if it's large enough, it will create steam, but he probably takes it off before it starts to burn the wood. They know when to just stop rotating and remove the block before it starts to steam up a bit. And we don't want it to get too dry either because it could potentially stick to the glass and you don't want marks left on the glass. We're making the pictures for those of you who just joined us. There are some pictures here on the podium. Over on this side of the hot shop, Levi's making glasses that have chill marks. So as he blows into that mold, it'll create chill marks on the glass. And then he'll come over here to knock them off and then put them inside the annealing oven. He's currently using an air gun to help cool down that glass at the end of the temperature of the glass at the end of the piece. We'll come over here, let them rest for a moment, and then knock them off and put them into the annealing oven where they'll slowly cool down back to room temperature. So we'll use our jacks and go in and carve in a line of tension, which will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It'll create a weak point that we'll use later when we remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. We'll go in with our papers just to get some good shaping. It's almost like shaping with your hand. So now we'll connect ourselves to the end of the pitcher. We'll use a transfer rod to connect to the bottom to be able to clean up the top, which is how we open up the pitcher. We're creating a pitcher, which is how we open the pitcher and edit the top in any way. So now we'll go in and slowly tweeze up the lip of the vase or the pitcher, and then we'll go in with our shears and cut it. Put a little bit of water on his hands so it reduces the amount of stress with all that heat. And we'll trim the glass, and anything that falls onto the ground and has color, we throw away. We do not reuse glass that contains color because it's contaminated. There is no colored glass inside of our crucibles, only clear glass. As Sophie paddles, it'll help keep the top of the pitcher nice and smooth and uniform, and then we'll use the jacks to slowly open up our grip, which will widen the mouth of the pitcher. Sarah's preparing a handle for the pitcher. The, the handle will be blown out and then placed onto the body of the pitcher. How you guys doing? I'm great. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we are creating a pitcher similar to the one here on the podium, but the one that we're making now will be purple, a transparent purple. So now we'll go in and create that little pour, and then we'll get ready to knock this off the pipe and place it into one of the annealing ovens where it'll cool down back to room temperature over time. Sophie puts on a special pair of mittens, which will allow her to catch it off the pipe. These mittens are made from Kevlar, which is the same thing that they make bulletproof vests from. We'll put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe there and then knock the pipe, and the vibrations will help it detach itself from the punty. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work. Clap it up. So for those of you that just joined and you weren't able to see how the glass got color, I can show you better than I can tell you. So can we please see the color overlay video for those that just joined? Can we please see the color overlay video? Since we've gathered from the furnace, we've then blew a little. We've gathered a nice amount of clear glass, and then we blew a bubble into the pipe. Sorry, I lost my words for a second. And then from there, we'll start to create a color bar. The color bar is that final purple you seen at the end. It looks orange because it's holding the heat, but it'll be purple, similar to the one we just put away. So Sophie will get this color bar nice and hot, then we'll lay it over the clear bubble, and this is called a color overlay. We'll then add more clear over that little piece of color and blow it out, which will stretch the color over the length of the vase. Sarah will prepare a hollow handle for this pitcher. So we'll blow into the end of that pipe there and then place a hollow handle onto the body. Yeah, so there's a, if we have the object mold slide, please, can we see the object mold? There's a mold down here that looks like it's gold. It's a brass mold on the ground. So we'll dip the glass when it's nice and gathered up, and we'll dip it into that mold, and it'll chill to the outer layers of the glass. And so it'll be right there on the surface. And that's how it gets the design. So Sophie has prepared herself to catch this piece from the pipe. So we'll put a little bit of water on the back of that pipe there. We'll tap the pipe and it'll help, the vibrations will help the piece pop off. We'll flash the bottom and stamp it made at MOG. Everything that has been stamped made at Museum of Glass, it was made at MOG here, and it is available in the gift shop. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. And then we'll start the process all over again. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome again to the Hot Shop. Just to give you guys an understanding of how the process works, everything that we do starts in the furnace. The furnaces are these large ceramic tanks that they're dipping in now. They're full of molten hot glass. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, so as you gather from that furnace, it's about 2,100 degrees. It's about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass inside of those furnaces. Will rotate, and even though the glass looks clear, looks orange, it's really just clear. It's just radiating thermal energy. Will blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And then from there, we'll add more glass, or we'll go in and out of our reheating chambers. Our reheating chambers are used to only bring more heat into the piece. There's no glass inside of our glory holes. They rest at about 2,300 degrees, which allow us to continue working through the process. So now we'll prepare ourselves to lay a little piece of color over a clear bubble. This will then create that final picture color of it being purple. And so this is a small piece of purple that we're going to lay over a clear bubble.